I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say anymore. Why these things keep happening. This is why I said sometimes it's just a young man's game. I'm getting too old for this shit. Sorry. Excuse the words. Alright. So, we're going to pull up something else here. Let's just continue to push the limits of everything, shall we? Alright, there's our current Aberdeen radar. Here is coming up here shortly. There we go. Yep, I don't know. It's frustrating when these things happen. And now you've dropped viewers. I can't get back onto the same live stream I was on before. One more remote. All right, well, we've got this area now moving into Wheaton and Elbow Lake, Fergus Falls, coming up to Alexandria, Glenwood. And we've got these areas further to our south. Had a history of a few tornadoes reported. A storm chaser reported on social media with a video of a brief tornado and confirmed by radar 4 northwest of Trotsky. That was a little bit ago, obviously. And now those storms continue to move off to these storms continue to move eastward at 65 miles per hour with 70 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. And then we've got these ones in through Morrison, Chokio, and Donnelly, I should say. Very hard to pick out exactly where in through this. But thankfully, right now at least, this is the only tornado warning storm. But we continue to have these strong storms that move northerly at 40 miles per hour with 70 mile per hour wind gusts coming up to Otter Tail, Grant, and Wilkin counties. So hail damage is expected, as well as some tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. These locations include Fergus Falls, Breckenridge, Underwood, Dalton, Wendell, Campbell, and Foxholm. Includes Interstate 94 in Minnesota between mile markers 50 and 69. So 1-inch hail, 70 mile per hour wind. Considerable damage possible with this, and it is radar indicated. That's with this particular storm right through here. Not picking up anything else as far as rotation goes. We've got this area of tornado warned just around Morris and Alberta and Donnelly. And then we've had some reports of 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Wow. 90 mile per hour wind gusts in Appleton, reported at the airport. So about 16 minutes ago. That's pretty impressive. That'll do some damage. That will definitely do some damage as these storms move northeast. And there we go. There's our latest tornado watch. That runs through Brainerd and up to Hibbing and Bemidji, and that is valid until 10 p.m. tonight. Wind gusts of 75 miles per hour and 2-inch hail possible as these storms continue to move to the north and northeast throughout the afternoon hours. Center. Yeah, 325, Lake Benton, thunderstorm, wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. Pipestone, storm chase reported tornado of, it's interesting, they said EF1 on social media with brief tornado touchdown confirmed by radar. That was their earlier one we saw down by Pipestone. Interestingly, they said EF1. It's kind of usually not, I don't know how they came up with a rating like that so quickly without being taken a look at. But anyway. And then 4 east northeast of T in Lincoln County, South Dakota. This was at 2:45, so a while ago. 1.5 inch diameter hail. Big Stone County, or Big Stone City, I should say, in Grant County, South Dakota. Thunderstorm damage of 75 mile per hour winds. This is a Mesonet station northeast of Millbank. So a number of reports picking up in through here now with wind damage being reported throughout these storms as they continue to move across southwest Minnesota, west central Minnesota. just trying to take a look at any other reports and just see what others are taking a look at. We're watching some storm chasers out there. Somebody says possible tornado just south of Artichoke, Minnesota at 340. Artichoke, Minnesota. Where is Artichoke? Southwest of Morris. So somewhere in between here, the guy had a video possibly within this area here of a tornado, I guess. Somewhere southwest of Morris, between Morris and Ortonville. So we've got this area coming up to Alberta, Chokio, and Morris right now that Bear's watching. We've also got this tornado warned area looks like, I'm trying to find, it looks like most of these warnings are now expired. Most of these tornado warnings look like they're expiring, so they should be dropping off the screen shortly. Overall, you've got this area of storms now into southwestern parts of Minnesota that are causing some damage. They're moving quickly to the east and northeast at 65 miles per hour, so 75 or 70 mile per hour wind gusts and penny size hail is possible. Coming up to Marshall, Redwood Falls eventually, Windham, St. James, New Ulm. All you guys in through there are going to be under the gun, are going to be probably seeing these storms roll through you guys here over the next hour or so. I don't know why things crash. Why do things crash? Why does Streamlabs like to crash? Why does the, I don't know if it's the computer or the software, and so I guess that's something I got to figure out. Not a great time for it to be experimenting with that, to say the least. Not a good time at all. You know, the The good thing with some of these is they're looking almost less tornadic, I guess, as they come up to that I-94 area between Ferguson and Alexandria. As I'm, just taking a look at a couple of things here. There's a few areas, maybe just southeast of Campbell, that might have a little bit of rotation in it at this point. Maybe this one southeast or east of Evansville. Okay, they reissued now a tornado warning further to the east of the other one. here with this storm coming up to Starbuck in Glenwood, in Lowry. So a new tornado warning with that. There's a little bit of a rotation showing up in through here. So for those of you in Starbuck, in Glenwood, and Lowry, we'll have to continue to watch those storms. They are moving north at 60 miles per hour. Tornado and half-dollar size hail. This is radar indicated rotation. These will be near Cyrus at 410, Glenwood, Starbuck, Kensington around 420, Lowry 425, and Alexandria close to that 440 time frame. Other locations include Nelson, Ferrata, Lake Emily, Garfield, Long Beach, Holmes City, Farwell, and Lake Minnewaska. So make sure you move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of the sturdy building. Avoid windows if you are outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle. Move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. You gotta protect yourself. All right, I haven't completely pulled everything back up yet since we had our last little incident. Maybe someone's crashing into my site. Maybe someone's hacking. Is that possible? That'd be pretty miserable. That'd be pretty miserable when I've got all of 8 viewers right now and to attack my screen. All right. Yeah, 8+5. Thanks. I just did. So frustrating when you're trying, you know, and then things don't work the way you want, and that's when you lose viewers, and that's the hard part. But yep, we keep plugging along. I'm just trying to look at trying to find some cameras here. And just see if there's anything interesting out there to find. Okay, so anyway, just kind of poking around. They're hard to find some of these things when you're trying to find them on the fly here, but we've got this area coming up into Glenwood and Lowry and Starbuck that the Weather Service is watching. We've got this tornado warning out until 4:45 Central Time, and then this area coming up to Ashby and Elmo Lake and Barrett. Had some rotation in there, maybe a little bit back down to the southwest now from where it was originally located. But that's valid until 4:30 p.m. This one was valid till when? 4:45. And that more western one is moving north at 50. So quick moving storms as we've continued to watch these, and now we've also got another tornado warning a little bit further to our south of this particular one. So we'll try to focus in on that. Coming through Marshall right now. And possibly Green Valley as well. So this is valid until 4:45. Moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So this is for eastern Lyon County in southwestern Minnesota. We've got this we've kind of got this area forming out in through here. So that's basically indicating your warm front. So you've got the storms pushing eastward, and it looks like you got your warm front in through here. So as these slide along and this continues to move northward, I would expect this area in through here to continue to be under the gun as far as, especially when it comes to the tornado threat. I think once you get further back to the north and west, it's more or less going to be severe weather warned, and I think more and more it's going to be on the more that eastern line as that line moves east. And this warm front continues to push quickly to the north. That's going to be kind of the focus. So, those of you up in St. Cloud and Wilmer, we'll be coming up on 4, or after 4, we're coming up on 5 eventually here. Little Falls and, let's see, we'll zoom in here. Wadena, Cross Lake, Managa, up into Mora. You guys right now, this is the main area to be watching. This will be the main area to watch here over the next several hours up and through here. Kind of in these areas over the next hour or two. So we've got this area coming up to Forata, Alexandria. Manx, here it comes. It's coming your way at this point. We've got tornado warned cell that's just kind of looks like maybe near Lowry. At the very least, we're going to be having some strong gustier winds coming up to that I-29, I-94 area from Alex to the northwest up to Ashby. And some strong winds running through Elbow Lake and Barrett at this point, and eventually coming up in through those areas of I-94. Maybe a little bit of a couplet here just southwest of Fergus Falls. That bears a little bit of a watching. Looks like it's moving north, kind of towards Foxholm, maybe Elizabeth. So we continue to watch these areas of rotation right now. So this area kind of south of Foxholm. I think we've got probably an area of some pretty good winds coming up to Elbow Lake and Wendell and Ashby, coming up to I-94. We've got, right now a tornado warned cell probably just right around that Lowry, moving northward at about 60 miles per hour. We've got this severe thunderstorm warning right here. Because of these strong winds beginning to push into places like Brandon and Evansville and Millerville, again moving north. These are saying moving north at 75 miles per hour with ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So 75, that'll do some damage, guys. When it's moving north at 75, I would expect the winds to be a little bit stronger than that. So just be cautious of this storm as it moves northward very, very quickly. So this will be mainly in rural areas, but including the locations of Holmes City, Garfield, Millerville, Melby, and Leaf Valley for this particular severe thunderstorm warning. So we've got maybe some rotation just kind of northwest of Lowry now. We've got some pretty strong winds running through Elbow Lake coming up to Ashby, and then again this area rotation just south of Foxholm and Fergus Falls. Not tornado warned, but just something we need to be watching. And then as we go further south, coming in through Green Valley and Cottonwood, another tornado warned storm. Until 4:45 with that one, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Yeah, look at that. Look at those storms just blast northward now. Those winds are really, really punching in at this point. Those upper level winds are just nailing these storms to the north and east here through the late afternoon hours. We continue to see some additional development, some storms down into Iowa as well. And those storms will probably be the ones that eventually will carry in through the Twin Cities later tonight. put this particular one in motion here. You can see the severe thunderstorm watch. That's now valid until 10 p.m. Just west of the city, between Minneapolis and Fargo, and kind of running just west of Duluth. Wouldn't be surprised if at some point they add on a severe thunderstorm watch just east of there, maybe even tornado watch east of there to include Minneapolis and areas like Albert Lee. And then we've also got this area here. You can kind of see this green dashed outline, and for the potential for some heavy rainfall associated with this, as this system really just begins to just really blast northward and take shape here this afternoon. So look at those storms just move quickly to the northeast, right through the heart of that tornado watch, and then you've got these areas down here further south that continue to push eastward, and so that's where I think you'll have some sort of watch eventually tacked on a little bit further east. So that area just south of Foxholm still has a little bit of rotation in it, not quite as good as earlier. We've got this one that's lasting just a little bit, coming up a little bit longer, coming up to Ashby. And we've got this one further south. Yeah, right around that Glenwood area. Coming up on Glenwood and Villard and Ferrata. And let's see here, I think the way that storm's moving, maybe just up to Nelson and Osakis. So some strong winds being pushing eastward here now through Willard and West Union and Osakis and Villard, Westport. And so there looks like there's a couple of areas maybe of some rotation within those as those storms kind of pick up a little bit of steam. Actually, you see just kind of almost a bowing, bit of a bowing segment in with that. You can see that color a little bit better. Yeah, I think looks more like maybe this. It's just there's a couple of areas in through here, Glenwood, and then southwest of Ferrata, heading real close to Alexandria and Nelson and Osakis. So we need to be watched. We need to be in our shelter here real soon. Carlos, there's some campgrounds north of there as well. So hopefully everybody's known that they should be leaving early. We've got some pretty strong winds moving into Elbow Lake and Ashby and crossing I-94 near those areas as well. Maybe a couple areas of some broad rotation anyway by Ashby and north of Wendell, maybe southwest of Fergus Falls. But at the very least, we're going to be expecting some strong damaging winds rolling through these areas as they continue to very, very quickly move to the northeast. And then we also have this one down by Marshall. Probably just south of Green Valley, moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour on that one. And that's valid right now until 4:45. And then plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings associated with that due to the winds that are blasting eastward. These storms continue to move east very quickly. Some of these storms, the lines, they're moving northeast. These cells moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. So that's where you're talking wind gusts of 70 miles per hour possible, maybe up to an inch in diameter hail. So that'll mess some things up. Watch out for Wilmer, Olivia, Redwood Falls, New Ulm, St. James, Wyndham. These storms are all coming towards you, and then further to the north. Anybody in the Fergus Falls, Wadena, Little Falls area, you're going to be under the threat of at least severe winds moving into your area. I would say probably the greatest threat, most likely for for tornadic activity would be probably within this area at this point. So Long Prairie, Little Falls, Brainerd, Wadena, Park Rapids, Aitken. That's kind of our area of concern at this point. That's probably the most likely for tornadic activity as we continue in over the next hour or so. Yeah, a lot of boaters. I'm sure there's just it's busy day. You know, you try to get the word out, and you try to tell people have a plan. Yep, it's Memorial Day. You know, we remember all those that have served and died and never made it home, obviously, today, and that's very, very important. But let's not have anybody else die. How about that? Let's just, I hope everybody played it safe and just had a plan today, and just left town early. There's a larger tornado warning out now. They basically just kind of covered. Looks like there's just several areas of maybe some rotation in there for Douglas County and Central Pope County until 5 p.m. At 4:22, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles southeast of Starbuck. So I guess looking in through here somewhere in that Glenwood area, or 22 miles south of Alexandria. Moving north at 70 miles per hour. Tornado and ping pong ball sized hail is possible with these. Dangerous storm will be near Glenwood at 4:25. We'll also pass that Lowry at 4:30, Alexandria around 4:40, and Carlos at 4:45. So these storms are screaming northwards. Alexandria at 4:40, so you got about another 10 minutes before it crosses interstate and moving through there. Looks like we had 1 3/4 inch diameter hail, so golf ball sized hail reported by the law enforcement in Pope County, Minnesota near Lowry. We also had a spotter saw a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground 3 west of Starbuck in Pope County. Trees are down. Pickup truck towing a trailer was rolled. So we do have a confirmed tornado that did touch down west of Starbuck with these storms that are moving quickly to the north. So for those of you in Villard, Ferrata, Alexandria, Nelson, Carlos, even Osakas, not completely out of the woods, watch out for these storms as they move to the north. So, yeah, dangerous situation coming up to Alexandria right now. Yeah, Alex is just in a hole. Always in a hole. Not a good spot. It's right in between Minneapolis, Aberdeen, the Mayville radar. Really hard to pick up where exactly some of these storms are located when you try to pinpoint, but that looks a little bit better. Ferrata coming up on Alex and Nelson, Carlos. So there's maybe your area of rotation right there. Yeah, I would, yeah. Yep, just keep an eye on Detroit Lakes as well. These storms are now rolling through I-94, moving northeastward pretty quick, so you might be seeing some stronger wind gusts. But I think ultimately, probably the more dangerous areas are now south and east of Fergus Falls. Is probably the area we're watching the most. So Fergus, Wadena, Long Prairie, Osakis, Alex, Glenwood, and we did have a report of a tornado earlier west of Starbuck with this particular storm that's rolling through Ferrata, coming across the interstate right now. Crossing the interstate, these storms are by Alex and Osakis and West Union. We've got a little bit of maybe an area just south of Millerville as well, where these storms are moving north very, very quickly. Moving north at, they're saying 85 miles per hour. Moving north at 85 miles per hour. So if anything does spin up, you're not going to have much time to respond. So you might as well just take cover. Just get into the lowest part of your building at this point and get into an interior building. Just take that precaution just in case something does briefly spin up. Right now we're watching that area just now crossing the interstate between Ferrata and Alexandria, coming up on Nelson, affecting Carlos, Osakis, getting into that lakes country, getting into those people that hopefully they're gone. Hopefully everybody now is taking the precaution and left for home a little bit earlier. There's a new tornado warning. There's that one for now. I think for Millerville, there was some rotation in with that. So they're obviously watching that until 5:15. Moving north at 75 miles per hour. There's a radar indicated rotation. This will be locations include Henning, Ottertail, Deer Creek, Clitheroe, Vining, Urbank, and Almora. Moving north at 75 miles per hour. So make sure you move into a basement or interior room of the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid the windows, and if you are outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. If you are, this is good here, I'm glad they say this, if you're on or near a lake, get away from the water and move to safe shelter immediately. Hopefully you're doing this way ahead of time, because obviously it takes a little bit of time to get off a lake. So just hope everybody just left early. If you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. They can produce, severe thunderstorms can produce large capsizing waves even on small bodies of water. So move into a dock and seek safe shelter now. Do not be caught on the water with these thunderstorms. Looking a little dark there in Alexandria. Looks like, what, Victor the Viking? Is that what that is? Looking a little dark there in Alex, as these storms now rolling right through that region. So we had got that area rotation now just maybe just south and east of Alex, coming up to Nelson. the way it's looking right now. And we've also probably got some strong outflow winds with these storms coming up on Villard and West Union and Wasakus. So even if you're not in the direct path as maybe the rotation, at the very least, you're going to be looking at some strong gusty winds associated with this as well. You also have this area northwest of Burbank heading north at 80 miles per hour, 75 miles per hour, whatever, 80, 75, it's moving quickly. So Henning, Deer Creek, Otter Tail, New York Mills, coming up to Highway 10 there, between Perham and Wadena. That's a pretty busy highway north of the interstate. So hopefully you've got a plan in place. Make sure you're not driving and you're going to be taking shelter there. And then we've got some stronger winds back to the north and west through Fergus Falls. We'll take a look at the Mayville radar. And yeah, there's that area of rotation just west of Burbank, heading to the north very, very quickly. This area now just kind of over right over Nelson. And then some stronger winds further down to the south and east. And then we continue to have just this line that is just pushing eastward. So you know, we can't forget about all these guys as this line continues to push east into Redwood Falls, moving east-northeast at about 75 or 70 miles per hour. This one a little bit further south, north of Worthington, moving east at 45 with wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. And we've got these storms just entering into southwest, south central parts of Minnesota still. So here's your line of storms that will be severe here over the next few hours. You might get the possible tornado threat out of this. Overall, I think we're thinking mainly wind, strong damaging winds with this. It's looking like the best area for at least tornadic activity at this point. It kind of becomes now, I'd say, if I could pick a right color, pick a good color. Probably right in through here is probably the main area for concern right now when it comes to the threat of tornado warnings and the tornado threat. So thankfully we haven't seen anything long track like we were fearing. However, we do have the occasional touchdowns with these storms as they continue to move quickly to the north and east, and you get these little bulges that occur with these, and you get these quick little spin-ups, and that's what happens. And then that's where you need to just take precaution. They're moving very, very fast. Here's a new warning out. Oh, okay. And as I say that, there's one that a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Alex, moving north at 45 miles per hour. I think I just jinxed myself by saying we haven't had anything big. So there's that one, just kind of in between Nelson and Alexandria. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. A large tornado, damaging tornado, a life-threatening situation. Moving north at 45 miles per hour. This will be near Carlos in about 10 minutes. So this storm right now, confirmed large tornado moving north into Carlos. Make sure you're telling people about it. If you know of anybody that's out there, let them know there is a confirmed tornado on the ground, a large one at that, apparently. That we need to be watching here over the next few minutes as we have this area rotation just around that Nelson area, moving north very rapidly into Carlos and Miltona and Rose City. So a dangerous situation here now. Just north of the interstate, as we watch this area in between Alex and Osakis, right around that Nelson area, coming up to Carlos. So once again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Alex, moving north at 45 miles per hour. Twin Cities. So at about 3:30, tornado reported in Swift County near Milan. Tornado hit a farm and the family took shelter, so that's good. That's good. Glad to hear that. Glad they were taking some shelter there. Hopefully they knew everything that was coming and the dangerous type of situation this can potentially be. Then you also got this area north of Urbank heading towards Henning and Deer Creek and Ottertail. Just west of Parker's Prairie. Some areas of rotation in through there. Maybe even just northeast of Fergus Falls. You might have a little bit something there on the backside. But I think for the most part, we're looking here from south of Henning, coming up to Deer Creek, and then this area, this large tornado that was, they say, was confirmed just in between Nelson and Carlos. We are just in a bad situation when it comes to these radars, man. It's just there's nothing you can do sometimes, and you try to find the best radar that has the best little vision on it. So it looks like it's passing just east of Carlos, coming up to Rose City possibly. However, I wouldn't say, Carlos, you're completely out of the woods with this, just in case it does take a little bit of a left hook. But coming up on Carlos, Miltona, and up to Rose City. If anybody at any point has anything they want to share, yeah, okay, so Manx is at in Alexandria. So for those of you that see that little thing on YouTube at this point, that's where she is at. So she was hearing some roaring sounds. I think they've been used to hearing that here over the last couple of weeks. So now we've got these new storms rolling through. And we're watching these areas. Here's the area of concern, I would say, at this point. Up into Wadena, Brainerd, Little Falls, Long Prairie, right in through here. That's the main area of concern for the potential of tornadic activity here over the next hour or so. We've also got this tornado warning down here southwest of Coven, Murdoch, and DeGraff. That is, let's see, moving northeast at 85 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage, located 7 miles southwest of Murdoch or 17 miles northeast of Montevideo, moving northeast at 85. Locations include Bruton and Sauk Center. So these storms are trucking now northward as well. This particular cell moving very, very quickly into the Sauk Center area. Meanwhile, you also have this tornado warning further south where severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Huron Lake or 12 miles southwest of Windham, moving north at 60. Rotating wall cloud was reported with the storm. So every once in a while you're going to be getting these as well on the south end of these lines of storms, especially if you can get any kind of discrete cell associated with these storms as they move eastward. there's the possibility of picking up there's enough rotation in there that they're going to be picking up some. They could be seeing some tornadoes down there as well. However, the main threat, I would say, continues to be with maybe some of these areas just a little bit further north of that line, closer to the warm front. So we've been watching this area now, just east of Carlos, or just around Carlos, coming up to Rose City. We've also, reissued another tornado warning to basically include this area as it continues to move to the north and east. So once again, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Carlos, or 9 miles south of Lake Osakis, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, so be sure to take cover. Lake Osakis at 4:55. Long Prairie and Eagle Bend at 5:05, Browerville at Bertha at 5:10, Clarissa Hewitt around 5:15. So we have this area rotation just around that Carlos area. And let's see here. Heading towards Rose City. Let's see. Near Carlos. Oops. So Osakis is here. Lake Osakis is a little bit further north and east of there. It looks like at this point it's probably heading more towards Clarissa and Browerville and Bertha. So these storms are causing some damage as they go through and kicking up a tornado. We had a confirmed tornado here, confirmed by law enforcement, one south of Florida. We had some damage being reported with this particular storm as it's moving to the north and east. And let's see here, Aberdeen, we go back to that one. And yeah, kind of hard to pick out exactly where some of these storms now. They're just in a horrible spot as to trying to find anything on the radar. But maybe just in that Sunberg area, moving north into Sauk Center. They're moving quickly to the north at about 80 miles per hour. So they're going to be on you real fast. So don't mess around with these. I mean, we've had the occasional tornadoes that have now touched down. One large tornado that they're saying as well, kind of in that south of Alex or east of Alex. So becoming more and more of a dangerous situation coming up on Long Prairie, Wadena, Little Falls, Brainerd. Let me put this back into motion. Always helps just to see things go in motion as to how everything is trending. And it gives me a better idea of what to look for. There's that warm front, so that's where these storms are firing off of. As the cold front moves eastward, the warm front moves northward, and that's kind of the line. That's the line we're concerned with. So as this warm front continues to move north, this cold front pushes east along that front. So areas basically in through here over the next hour or so is our main concern now over the next hour for the potential of tornadic activity as well as strong damaging winds. But no, that area is probably the main concern for tornadoes. Not to say it's not, can happen to the south. I think further south there's a potential of an isolated area or two that might pick up a warning, as there is already one further down to the south here, coming up on Mountain Lake and Jeffers and Comfrey. But overall, I think at this point, we're talking more in the lines of some strong damaging winds. But again, we can't. We'll still continue to watch these down to the south as the potential is there. But I think you're going to see most of your warnings continue with this northern part of the storm. Right. Oh, let's see. Oh, okay. All right. Getting out of that Aberdeen area, we will try switching over to Minneapolis. All right, continue to watch this area coming up probably on Clarissa and Browerville. For sure, at the very least, we've got probably some strong damaging winds from Perham to New York Mills to Wadena to Hewitt to Bertha, coming up to Browerville and Long Prairie, and then up to Sauk Center. And we flipped over here to the Minneapolis radar at this point. Hard to see where some of that, I think that tornado warned area was moving north so quickly that the line moving east maybe sort of overtook it a little bit. You might have maybe a new area of rotation just south of Sunberg. That would bear some watching as that moves north and east. Might even have one just southwest of Bruton. Got a little bit of an inflow notch in the rear flank pushing out in through here. So maybe just a couple of areas to watch all within that line itself that's moving northeast or northeast. I think they say north. At 85 miles per hour. These cells are moving northeast at 85 miles per hour. So just use extreme caution with these storms as they continue to move northward on the north side and out to push out to the east, a little bit further to the south. We still have this continued tornado warned area. Looks like just north of Windham, and that area is moving north at about 60 miles per hour. So Delft and Jeffers, be on the lookout for possible tornado there. Spotter Chappie boys, where are you at, Spotter Chappie boy? I don't know where you're from. I'm in Little Falls, Minnesota, getting very dark. Little Falls, I should know where Little Falls is, but why am I blanking? I'm blanking. North of St. Cloud. I bet she is. Yeah. Where'd you say? Little Falls. Yeah, those storms are heading towards you in Little Falls. Just watch out. Be on the lookout for these storms as they kind of blast through your area. So make sure for those in Little Falls. Let's see, you've got what are you? You're about 27 miles away. And they're quickly moving east. You probably got a half hour or so before those storms, begin to roll through your area. Yeah, these areas are quickly moving eastward along I-94 now. I tell you, if you know of anybody who's traveling, coming up to I-94 between Alex and St. Cloud, not a good situation here. Especially if you're driving along those roads, coming up to Long Prairie, Wadena, the Staples, Motley, Fort, Ripley, over to Little Falls, Royalton, coming up to Rice. And then eventually up to St. Cloud here as we come on that 5 o'clock time frame. As we probably St. Cloud, we're going to be looking closer to maybe 6 or so. And then eventually into Brainerd as well, as this warm front continues to move northward. So you've got the cold front moving east, the warm front moving northward, and pretty much anywhere north and south of that line is our big area of concern at this point for the rest of the evening. So we've got another tornado warned area coming up to Park Rapids. So this is our area right now over the next hour or two. Aitken, Walker, Park Rapids, Brainerd, Little Falls, coming up to St. Cloud eventually, maybe Grand Rapids. Those are the areas that we got to be watching out for. So let's flip over to the Mayville radar and take a look at the latest tornado warning associated with that. All right, so we've got this one just north of Perham, Minnesota, just north of Highway 10. For Otter Tail County, southeastern Becker until 5:45. At 4:59, so about 3 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Perham, or 20 miles southeast of Detroit Lakes, moving north at 65. So again, continue just to be real fast moving type of storms. That's going to continue throughout the remainder of the night. This is a dangerous storm and will be near Butler at 5:05, Evergreen and Wolf Lake around 5:10, Snellman and Toad Lake at 5:15, and other locations include Ponsford, Pint Point, and Osage. Okay, everybody north of there, Wolf Lake, Osage, everybody within that storm, take cover now, move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid your windows. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to a closest substantial shelter. Protect yourself. Those of you on the lake, get away from the water quickly. Move to safe shelter. Severe thunderstorms can produce capsizing waves even on small bodies of water, so move to a dock and seek shelter now. Do not wait. I can't imagine you're waiting, because even if you're north of there, you're already getting rain. Why would you even be out on the lake? You're crazy. But here's another dangerous situation coming up to Wolf Lake, and eventually up to Osage and Ponsford as these storms move north at 65 miles per hour. And then we've got this area now by Eagle Bend, looking a little ominous. Getting revigorated here, coming across Eagle Bend. Coming across Eagle Bend at this point, we've got some pretty strong rotation showing up. And so those of you in Bertha and Hewitt, coming up to Aldrich and Verndale and Staples, you're all going to be watching out and have to be, and again, this is probably some sort of a rain-wrapped tornado. So we need to be watching out as this crosses, I think that's, I believe, oh my gosh. Let's see here. That is US 71 that it is going to be crossing here in, just at this point, and then eventually coming up to US 10 and 210, coming up to Staples. I would expect there will probably be another tornado warning issued further north of this area. This is not a good looking situation right now over Eagle Bend. You might even have a little bit more rotation further down to the south, just to the northwest of Long Prairie. This is off the Mayville radar. Here's the Minneapolis side of it. There's some of that rotation showing up in Eagle Bend. A little harder to pick out maybe if there's anything near that Long Prairie area. So that's probably an okay deal. We've got this tornado warning here until 5:30 still. And this continues to move to the northeast at 85 miles per hour. Severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds and line wind damage located near Murdoch, or 19 miles northwest of Wilmer. This, let's see, going to be Sauk Center, Kirkhoven, Bruton, Murdoch, Roval Lake, Villard, Gilchrist, DeGraff, Sunburg, Westport, Sedan, and Swift Falls. Possibly all in the path of these particular storms. Then as we continue to move south, again, just the whole line of storms that are going to be moving into St. Peter, Mankato, Blue Earth, Fairmont, Albert Lee, Owatonna, Faribault, all heading your way at some point here within the night. We're expecting wind damage to continue as these lines move eastward. The biggest threat for tornadic activity remains on the northern side of this line. And right now, north of Eagle Bend is probably the most susceptible area, the area that I'm most concerned with at this point. If we flip back over to the Mayville radar in North Dakota here, about the same thing. You've also got this area southwest of Wolf Lake looking a little more ominous as we're looking a little more coupled there, and that is moving north at 65 miles per hour. Still getting some reports of ping pong ball-sized hail reported. That was a while ago back in Garfield. But so that's about 1.5 inches in diameter. Then you have to sift through some of the stuff. Along with issuing the warnings, the Weather Service still has to, believe it or not, issue the forecast for the day. There you can see that area kind of wrapping back around just southwest of Wolf Lake. Might be a little bit of a correlation CC drop in through there, but we definitely have some rotation in through there down by southwest of Wolf Lake, moving to the north, towards Ponsford and Osage, and then you've got maybe another area north of Wadena that looks like it could be causing some rotation in through there. So if you're in Sebeka and Bluegrass and Nimrod and Managa, and then you also have this very tight area north of Eagle Bend. That's probably the area that we're most kind of concerned about at this point. The correlation coefficient really hard to pick up in with these storms beginning just because they are so far away in between the radars at this point. So, let's see here. Park Rapids, Walker, Brainerd, Little Falls, and then eventually down to St. Cloud. All areas that we need to be the main concern for tornadic activity here. Park Rapids, Walker, even Bemidji, Bagley. So we're coming up on US Highway 2 as well. Eventually here, that's we're going to be talking about some strong, damaging winds coming up into Mahnomen Bagley, Bemidji, Walker, and along with the possibility of some tornado threats, and then into Brainerd and Little Falls and St. Cloud. So if you know anybody up in the north area, it's coming our way here at this point. Here comes the rain, here come the storms, here comes the gusty winds heading towards Mahnomen, Bagley, Bemidji, Walker. Coming up that Highway 2 corridor between Grand Forks and Duluth, and then you've got Long Prairie in Browerville. Let's see how that one's doing. And now it looks like just northeast, east of Bertha, coming up to Staples. Staples, you're on the watch out. You're on the lookout for this storm right now. And then you also have this area just to kind of by Wolf Lake, maybe just to the south and west. Coming up on Ponsford and Osage. And then you've got this area coming up to Sauk Center and Grove Lake, coming up on I-94 right around Sauk Center as these storms continue to push eastward. And then more severe thunderstorms rolling into New Ulm and St. James, eventually coming up in Litchfield and Hutchinson and Gaylord, Mankato, as well as Fairmont. Anywhere, south of I-94, for sure, you're looking at the possibility of strong damaging winds. From around I-94 and northward, there's where more of our tornado threat is at this point. Let's see here. So they updated this longer one here. Still continue to watch this northeast of Bertha. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bertha, or 32 miles northeast of Alexandria. As of 5:13, moving north at 55 miles per hour, tornado in ping pong ball size hail. This will be mainly in rural areas of central Todd County, but including locations of Round Prairie, Little Sauk, and West Union. Okay. So located near Bertha, which is up here. But I think they just basically issued a long tornado warning, meaning anywhere within here you could see a tornado flare up. I think is basically what they're doing. They're doing here's your line, here's that area that anywhere within here, and just because there does appear to be a couple of areas of rotation in through here from Little Sauk, Long Prairie. So this is all north of I-94, and then this other one just northeast of Bertha. All these areas are of a concern, so I think basically they just went and said, here's our tornado warning, as we're just getting spin ups all along this line as it continues to push and blast to the east, northeast. Brainerd. I know I've got stuff in Brainerd. Lake Bemidji. Okay. Okay, that's about how my luck goes. Here's Wadena. The rail camp in Wadena, Minnesota. So those storms have just kind of rolled through there at this point. Looking a little dark, a little rainy, obviously. Oops. Kind of skip through this and see if we can't. Yeah, there we go. This was earlier. This was around 4:51. 5:01, so about 20 minutes ago. So that's the cam right now in Wadena as the storms kind of completely move through that area. We've got, we'll switch over to Minneapolis. So we've got this new tornado warning out for eastern Todd County, northwestern Morrison County until 6 p.m. So 40 minutes from now at 5:17, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located along a line near from Browerville to 5 miles south of Long Prairie, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Tornado in ping pong ball size hail. Radar indicated rotation. This will be near Browerville at 5:20, Motley and Randall around 5:50. Other locations include Philbrook, Bertram, Long Prairie, Round Prairie, Little Sauk, and Cushing. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to hear the tornado. Might as well take cover now. How about just do that? Just do that. Be safe with these storms as they continue to push eastward. Just do the smart thing, just because anywhere within this line right now at this point has the potential of spinning up a tornado. So kind of a dangerous situation with this, even maybe north of that warning area, coming up to Staples in Motley, yep. East Gull Lake, that's a big, all these areas, they're just the big lake areas. So hopefully everybody's kind of heeded some of the warnings that we issued out earlier, and some of the storms and some of the videos. Basically, I had said a few days ago, just have a plan. Just have a plan to not be there today and to leave early and to just come home earlier. Hopefully everybody heeded that warning. I'm sure there's going to be some reports coming in later, but I think the good thing that I'm seeing, at least for now, is I'm not seeing any damage reports come across, so that's good. Maybe I shouldn't say that, because it seems like lately, as soon as I do say things like that, it changes. We don't want damage reports. I should just delete this one. I do appreciate everybody who has tuned in. I've dropped out a couple of times. Thank you for anybody who stuck with me. Thumbs up to you. If I could give you a thumbs up, I would. Please go ahead and like my page, share my page, get it out there, get the notice out there. If anybody knows about Streamlabs and why my Streamlabs keeps crashing, let me know. But otherwise, let's get the word out here with these storms as we continue to track this here throughout the evening hours now, so that people know they have somewhere to go. And I will be here for all the storms that roll across this summer. So you've got these other guys out there that they chase the big storms, and they'll be all over the country. And of course they're covering these storms now. But I was the one covering them late last night, as they were heading into southwestern Minnesota. So I'm here to watch the Dakotas and Minnesota. That's my area. That's the areas I'm going to continue to watch. So if you live in the Dakotas and Minnesota, I'll be watching you not only in the summertime, but I've been doing stuff now since the beginning of the year, just doing some live events here and there, just even talking about some of the winter stuff. So the more I can do this, I think the last time I said that was about the time my computer crashed, or my Streamlabs crashed, my software crashed. So just give me an old thumbs up, and we'll continue to develop this and get this better and get this rolling better, more and more. And the more I do this, and the more people that see this, hopefully the more I can do this. I've been, that more people catch on to this, that I'll be around here for our area. And I'll be, I've been putting out videos just exclusively for the Dakotas and Minnesota. So if it always helps to you let me know where you're watching from. I'd like to get a few more viewers down in South Dakota. I think I got a few down in southeastern parts of the state. But I would like to get more to the west. I know I've got a number through Minnesota. But let's get the word out there so that everybody knows there's somewhere they can tune into. Maybe they're out in no man's land, as a lot of people say, where they don't have the coverage for the media. I'll be there watching. But really, thanks everybody who's been watching here with me here this afternoon. All right, so we've got this area north of Aldrich. Looks like a little bit of rotation in through there. There needs to be a watch coming up on Oilen and Leader. And then all along this line, we've got this tornado warning out in through here. And basically, they're just covering this line here as it continues to push to the east. So anywhere within this. There could be a spin up that occurs all along this line as it moves eastward throughout the next half hour to an hour. And we continue to add on severe thunderstorm warnings as these continue to move northward into Park Rapids and Walker and Bemidji. Well, here's a severe thunderstorm report. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. 3 west of Staples. So that was just a few minutes ago. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust west of Staples. So at the very least, while you may, hopefully, probably will not see the tornado. at the very least, you're probably going to be seeing some damaging winds associated with these storms. This one further south is set to expire. I would expect they'll probably issue out probably a severe thunderstorm warning. I guess I wouldn't be completely surprised if they did another tornado warning either, just because it's close to that main line that continues to have the little spin-ups. But then obviously anywhere south of there, you can see more storms still developing in through Iowa. So what's going to be coming up to that New Ulm, Gaylord, Hutchinson, eventually this line will sort of push eastward and make its way into Mankato and St. Peter, and then into the parts of the suburbs as well. So at this point, here's our warm front, and that's where those storms are basically firing off just north of I-29. And here's our cold front pushing eastward, and pretty much anywhere north of that line and a little south of that line is going to be the main concern. This warm front will continue to move northward through time. So I guess anybody in through here at this point is our main area of concern here now over the next hour. So coming up on Brainerd and Aitkin, Little Falls and Walker and Malacca, Mora and Grand Rapids, sort of the main area of concern regarding the tornadic activity. And then any of these storms as they continue to move north, Park Rapids, Walker, and maybe just east of Bemidji as it's coming up on that Highway 2 corridor. Back up to Minneapolis or Mayville. Big rains rolling through Mahnomen and Bagley, but I think at this point anywhere from Bemidji to Park Rapids on eastward is probably the most likely areas for severe weather. So I think if you're west of that line, you're in the clear. And these storms just seem to know how to find areas just right in between the radars. Just right in between. Here's Lake Bemidji, and you can see a spider web there, but you can see the storms basically coming up to them right now. Here is Itasca State Park. Looks a little wet, a little rainy there. The Mississippi River headwaters of Itasca. This is where the mighty Mississippi begins. The old miss. The old man. Deep river. What is this? What is going on here? Holy cow. that thanks to Chris for that one. Got something here that says the entire city of Wadena ordered to shelter in place due to a chemical plant fire. Currently, multiple fire crews are battling a massive chemical plant fire in Wadena as officials have put a shelter in place for the entire city. Don't know if you know anybody in Wadena. Is that Missouri? No, that's Minnesota. The headwaters of the Mississippi start in Minnesota. Look at that. But yeah, there's a chemical fire in Wadena. So I don't know if anybody knows, anybody out there knows what is going on. There's something not good has happened there, so I guess use caution. Hopefully everybody's okay. All right, we've got these areas now coming up on Randall and Fort Ripley in Pillager, just west of Little Falls. All kind of areas where you've been watching here now for the last several minutes. Some areas of rotation just weak at that, but you might still see some spin-ups associated with these. As well as down by west of Lincoln and over to Motley. Any of these areas just, they might have some embedded circulation associated with them. And then as we get further south, we're dealing with the strong, gusty, damaging winds coming up to Litchfield and Hutchinson and Glencoe and Gaylord, and eventually coming up to St. Cloud. But this is our main concern for the tornado threat here in the very near future. So coming up on Brainerd and Aitken. In fact, it looks like you might even have a little spin up here near Oilen. So for those of you from Bacchus to Pine River to Pequot Lakes and Nisswa and East Gull Lake, over to Brainerd and Fort Ripley, Harding, Little Falls, Lastrup, all you guys in through there. We've got to be on the lookout here of the potential, at least, of some tornadic activity all through here within the next hour or so. That's our area of concern for tornadic threat here in the near future. Just looking at this again, we've got maybe a spin, maybe a little bit of rotation there, a little one north of Ackley. East are Nimrod, west of Pequot Lakes, and then as we head south, just little areas here and there. So we'll see if they continue to issue tornado warnings and just blast this whole area with a tornado warning, or if they continue, or if they go more along the lines of severe thunderstorm warning. It'd help if I had the right radar. That'd be great. So right in through here, these are the areas we're going to be watching. Walker, Grand Rapids, Aitken, Brainerd, Little Falls. Those are our areas. Those are the areas where we're watching just a little bit of rotation here. West of LaPorte. Maybe just east of Park Rapids. Maybe just east of Nimrod. Nothing substantial, but just some areas that might give a brief spin up. Maybe just southwest of Randall as well. So that's where we're saying, I don't know, we'll see what the Weather Service does if they just issue a large tornado warning and just cover this whole area with that, or switch it more towards severe thunderstorm warnings. But at any rate, just be a watch out as these areas come through. Just take shelter, be in your lowest part of your shelter in a sturdy building. Stay away from windows, and then you'll be fine at that point. So just make sure your interior part of your room in the lowest level. If anybody's got any pictures out there, make sure you tag me on Twitter, on the old Twitter machine, at RegionWX. And we can pop them up here for you. We can show them. We can show the world what you saw. Again, just thank you everybody for who has watched. It does mean a lot to me. I appreciate you sticking around with me. Just give me an old thumbs up on the down below, especially if you're watching on YouTube. I prefer it if you watched it on YouTube because that helps me out the most. And just give it the old thumbs up there. Subscribe so you know when my videos are uploaded. You'll be notified there. I'm watching the Dakotas in Minnesota, and that's pretty much where I stay. I kind of stick around. I stick around the Dakotas and into Minnesota. So I'll be with you here through the summer or even into the winter. Here's Ryan Schwartz WX or _WX. Some sort of lowering north of Cosmo, Minnesota. That was just a couple of minutes ago. Can't quite tell what that is. Doesn't look anything overly ominous, but thanks, Ryan, for showing us that. Also, Sky Woods Water. Sky Woods Water, at Sky Woods Water. Ugly looking green core and shelf earlier just west of Alexandria, thankfully. For Minnesota, this seems to be lining out. So a pretty neat shot there, colorful. Oh, here's a tornado damaged between Milan and Appleton, Minnesota. There you can see the tornado on the ground. That's pretty interesting. Wow, look at that. Still raining. That farm is destroyed. Combine. There's the tractor and the digger. Hole right through the side of the barn. Right through the side. Rest of the barn's fine. Just, managed to poke a hole right through the middle of the darn thing. Jeez. Wow. That's crazy. That's unfortunate. Again, if anybody else has got anything out there for me, if you've taken any pictures or or seen anything, just let me know. Also on the stream, just say hey, keep me company while we're continuing to watch this. Let me know where you're watching from. Got a few people out there, Little Falls. I would imagine it's, yeah, it looks like it's moving just north of you in Little Falls there, Grape Horn. So I'm sure you'd be fine with that, but where it looks like the worst of it's just to the north. There they've issued the tornado warning here in association with this area down north of Leader, heading to the northeast towards Bacchus and Pine River, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour, 29 miles northwest of Brainerd. Let's see here. We'll be near Pine River and Bacchus around 5:55. So around Pine River and Bacchus around 5:55. Other locations in the path include Hackensack. So as we're watching this area in through here, this is the area basically right in through here. You can see it kind of loop back around on the reflectivity. So that's heading towards Bacchus and Pine River. That's an interesting little formation there that definitely needs to be watched in the short term here. Again, hard to determine really. We've got some radar attenuation going on, so can't really see if there's any correlation drop there, but definitely a pretty good couplet north of Leader heading towards Bacchus and Pine River. Got a few more minutes with this tornado warning. Maybe I should take a drink of some pop. Everybody still awake out there? Okay, this guy says, nephew from Holmes City, Minnesota, sent me these pics of 1.5 inch hailstone he grabbed around 5:30. I'm not sure how big they were before they melted. And that is from Brad Carlberg, or B. Carlberg Weather, or WX. He's a meteorologist at the Weather Service. All right. Haven't shown this radar for a little while. You can see the tornado watch here running just west of Minneapolis up into Brainerd. And our warm front now far to the north. And there's my dog. And so that these areas in through here, kind of reaching the northeastern parts of the warning area here over the next few hours. This particular watch is valid until 10 p.m. So I got a feeling we're going to have to update it maybe a little bit before the expiration time is done. Or at least it'll be out of the area by that time. We'll keep an eye on these areas further to the south. They've just basically slapped a big old severe thunderstorm warning on for that one. With 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds down by Sleepy Eye, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So those areas coming up to Hutchinson, Highway 212, Glencoe, and Gaylord. These thankfully these cells a little bit further south haven't done much. Just enough instability further back. Managed to kick off a severe thunderstorm warning down in the southeastern parts of South Dakota again. 60-mile-per-hour winds and an inch hail possible in Wakanda, coming up to Bresford and Lennox. These aren't going to be, whatever does develop here on the backside will probably be on the lower end of the severe weather scale, so an inch diameter hail. So you're talking about a quarter in size. And you're getting a good look at my bald ass head, aren't you? And then a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So anything that does kind of manage to develop on the backside of this, that's basically what we're looking at. I'll try to stay out of the. I'll try to keep my bald head out of the picture here. Still plenty of cape on the back side of this. Cold front's actually sitting back here. This is more the upper level front that's sweeping through. The actual surface front's a little bit further back. But obviously still plenty of Cape well to the north now, as that frontal boundary has surged to the north. Temperatures out ahead of it in the 80s, dew points, still in the 60s. Kind of a dry line actually, west of this line. We've got some dew points in the 60s, and then behind it we're kind of dipping into the 50s a little bit. Actually, it's a little more even further back where those dew points drop off even more. Let's take a look at that. Can't find it. Okay, well, whatever. So there's our latest warnings at this point. We've got this one just southwest of Bacchus. That one looked really, really interesting here, actually. Still, so wouldn't be surprised at all if there is something in there. In fact, you might even have a CC drop associated with that, so watch out for those of you coming up to Bacchus. And what is that? A Hackensack. You're just west of Pine River, Longville, Walker, potentially. Possible tornado there. I mean, looking very ominous at this point to me. That's going to be crossing. Let's see, 371 and 87 near Bacchus. As this continues to move to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. That was who issued that. Duluth. Look at Duluth. Damage threat considerable is considerable with hail of 1 inch. A large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Bacchus, or 25 miles south of Walker, moving north at 60 miles per hour. The way I read that, well, it says radar, still says radar indicated, but if there is anything in there, it probably very likely would be a large tornado coming up to Bacchus. So if you're in Bacchus, take cover now. If you're in that Pine River, between Pine River and Hackensack, coming up to Longville, those are the areas that need to be watching as far as the potential for a tornado moving to the northeast, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So these things are moving in fast. You don't have a lot of time to respond to these, so just make sure you just do the right thing and take cover, go into a sturdy building, go into the lowest part of that building, and get into the interior part of the lowest part of that building. Do all those things. Just make sure you're not in some sort of an outshed like a Quonset or a garage or something of that nature. Make sure it's a good sturdy building that you're in and get to the lowest point of that building. Oh, okay. Shoot. Longville. Bacchus coming up on Longville. Actually, you've got maybe some areas coming up to Bemidji, Besida, and Wilton. And then we got some strong winds heading towards you in Cass Lake. Some strong winds pushing into your area, crossing Highway 2 at this point, coming up to Turtle River, Bena Federal Dam. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you get a brief little spin up associated with this as well. Yeah, I saw that, Anthony. They were about to get hit with some storms down in Sioux Falls once again. Another couple of areas down there. Again, not looking super severe. Not looking at the bad stuff down there. Still, I mean, we're looking at maybe some winds of 60 miles per hour and a 1-inch hail running through Sioux Falls now once again, as the upper level front is actually pushing through central parts of Minnesota, and the actual the surface front is a little bit further back. So there's still plenty of dew points, higher dew points still sitting back here. So that's why some of these storms are rolling through there now. But I guess as we watch here now, this area, Bemidji, Guthrie, LaPorte, Benedict, anybody in through there has the potential of seeing a little bit of a spin up the way it's starting to look again. But this area by Bacchus is probably the most ominous at this point. You got you can kind of see a hook within there. This area being wrapped back around. So there's some rotation going on in through there, and then you have these areas all along here through Pequot Lakes and Nisswa, coming up to Brainerd. So I wouldn't be surprised here if maybe at some point you get just another big tornado warning to cover this whole line as it's continuing to show a little more life once again as it pushes northeast. So Cross Lake, Emily, Aitken, Longville, Reamer, Hill City, Grand Rapids, Federal Dam, Bena, Cass Lake, probably Bemidji and just eastward, Turtle River, Squaw Lake. All you guys in through there, this is the area of concern at this point. Where any of those areas in through there could see a tornado spin up real quickly. So just be mindful as these storms move into your area. Just make sure you're in a good sturdy building. Be in the lowest part of your home. Be in the most interior part of your home. Stay away from the windows. And everything will be fine. Just make sure you do those things and do them out ahead of time. Just because these storms are moving quickly to the northeast. Appreciate the heads up, Anthony. Glad you're helping me stay on top of things. Yeah, here's Sioux Falls once again. That looks dark and low. Oh, interesting. Probably just looks darker and worse than it really is. I mean, at least from what I'm seeing on the radar. Definitely some strong winds rolling through there. 60-mile-per-hour winds I'm seeing, even 65 in some of those areas that are worn down into South Dakota now. 60, 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with these storms, and up to an inch in hail. Yeah, I'm seeing them here.
These are from Facebook.
Like on the chat? Oh, jeez. I wish people wouldn't put them there.
You might want to respond on your own.
What's that?
So you might want to respond on yours.
I don't. Are they going to War Road?
Huh?
Are they going to War Road? Is that what they're watching?
No, this is your comment here, honey.
No, I know, but they were.
That was your comment. You
Oh,
posted up
with
there.
that.
So
Oh,
that's why everybody's asking.
no. I was just wondering because he said he's going to the new one at 7:50. Wow, that would probably be the indoor. It wouldn't be War Road.
Warren,
The Warren, I mean.
so you better respond. It's a lot of people are asking.
Okay. Let's see here. So we'll continue to watch this area, maybe northwest of Bacchus, just coming up to Hackensack. But otherwise, we've got kind of this whole line in through here. May have the potential of just be mindful as these storms come. Even though they're mostly severe thunderstorm warned at this point, I think any of those areas within this line here, as they continue to move to the northeast, have the potential of just getting a little bit of a spin up. So, don't be surprised, I guess, at some point another tornado warning or two gets issued out with some of these storms as they continue to move to the northeast and into northern parts of Minnesota at this point. Then we go a little bit, or we go into the southern part of the state. And we've got these storms now coming up to Glencoe and Shakopee and Le Sueur and St. Peter and Mankato. Moving further south. Possible that some of these storms down here could eventually turn severe, so just be on the watch here. Blue Earth and Waseca as well, coming up on Owatonna, St. Peter, Gaylord. But the main threat is obviously this kind of Boeing segment at this point. Just, looks like it's going to shave the western suburbs right now. So Minnetonka and Bloomington and Brooklyn Park, maybe Minneapolis. We'll see how far east it makes it. Then this line of storms coming up into St. Cloud as well shortly. That was pretty close. Someone asked me a while ago about St. Cloud, and I said, well, after 6, maybe in that 7 to 8, but the way these things were moving, they just picked up a little bit of speed. So apparently a little closer to that 6 o'clock time frame. So those of you in the cities, the storms are going to be coming, especially in the western suburbs. We've got this area further to the north, and we continue to watch just east of Hackensack. There's still some rotation showing up in there, coming up to Longville. And as I said just a little bit ago, any of you within this area here, just be on the lookout. Once you get that severe thunderstorm warning, maybe just treat it like a tornado warning and just get in your interior part of your home. These things are moving quickly, so when they do reach you, I mean, it's going to come fast. So they're moving northeast anywhere from 45 to 60 miles per hour at times. So if you do get a severe thunderstorm warning, just take the precaution and just get inside. Just because you just never know when these storms are going to produce a quick little tornado in through here. So that's kind of our main area of concern right now. And here's the overview. Here's the stuff down in Sioux Falls. The severe thunderstorm warnings now kind of along that actual surface front. So just a little bit of instability left over after these storms are moved through. Not expecting anything overly dangerous with those. Where we're just mainly looking at 60 mile per hour winds and an inch in size diameter hail. So obviously, I mean, just things that can cause a little bit of damage, but it's not the considerable type of stuff that we were worried about earlier. Still just a precaution, make sure you're inside when you're dealing with these storms. Obviously, you don't want to be stuck outside or maybe even on the road for that matter. But take a look at that. Take a look at that low as it continues to just spin up across South Dakota. Fun stuff here. Well, that area in Sioux Falls that was looking a little dark earlier, that's cleared out. So that's good. Not looking as dangerous there, at least on that cam. This is the downtown cam. Probably the western horizon there, so looks like probably those storms are about to move through. So in Crow Wing County and Breezy Point, a train spotter reported thunderstorm or wind damage. A few trees knocked down with numerous branches down in pea-sized hail. 4 west-northwest of Hackensack, hail of 1 inch, so about 1/4 size. Becker County, wind damage. Let's see. Shingles lifted off the roof in Becker County. This is in Detroit, somewhere around Detroit Lakes, I think. Here's what Lake Bemidji looks like right now. A little wet, a little breezy. Water has got some white caps on it. Eric Whitehill. He is a Valley News Live meteorologist. So damage near Ashby. Pretty large tree knocked over there in Ashby. Ooh. Non-storm wind gust just snapped a tree at the border of West St. Paul? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Non-storm wind gust in West St. Paul, St. Paul. Oh. Here is, so we're getting our first look at damage in Forata, Minnesota after severe storms move through. This video is from Kira Walker. We have crews headed. This is WCCO. Not a great video, but man, look at the trees. So as it went through that Ferrata area, kind of around that Alexandria, man, they got hit again. Let's see here. All right, and the good thing is right now, all we have is severe thunderstorm warnings out. So nothing at this point that is imminent. However, just be mindful that anything within this area, you just never know. The way the night's been going, that a little spin up could occur as these storms continue to move to the north and east. Sorry, you're looking at my bald head again. Here's the mesoanalysis, and this is just the possibility of a tornado threat. And you can see how that area continues to move to the northeast throughout the evening now. So we're talking these areas as that continues to move northeast through time, and how fast it moves north and east. So those are sort of the areas, you know, we're continuing to watch here through the early part of the evening. But right now, thankfully, just severe thunderstorm warnings and no tornado warnings at this time. So I've been running for about 2.5 hours now. Nothing's crashed, so I don't know. I don't know why my system just decides to crash. Maybe I'm just going a little easier on it than I was before. I'm not sure. But I know at one point I had a fair amount of people watching. It always sucks to lose those. Here you can see the latest model run, and those storms continue to move to the north, bow out to the north, and then this area move through Duluth and possibly through the cities as they push eastward. But anywhere in through here is, you know, might have the possible, you know, just the outside chance of some tornadoes still. And then once that's through, it's just going to be wet on the backside across eastern North Dakota, northwestern Minnesota throughout the remainder of the night. Tornado watch is canceled through Becker, Grant, and Ottertail. Continues through Hubbard and Wadena counties. Looks like they're going to expand the tornado watch to include Carlton, Cook-Kuching, St. Louis counties. And continues through Aiken, Cass, Crow Wing, and Itasca. In Breezy Point, trees down, power out. Pillager. A few trees are downed across Minnesota 210. And so that's kind of the latest of what we're seeing right now. Otisco. Ostiago? Otisco. In the northwestern parts of... You're in the northwest suburbs, Ben. Sunnis, buddy. Just Sunnis, buddy, huh? Nobody else's? Oh, little area jutting out here coming up to Lester Prairie. Very interesting area here by Lester Prairie in New Germany. Wow, that's got some potential there. That might be a tornado on the ground here by Lester Prairie, New Germany. So, yeah, if you're within that, Watertown, Meyer, what is that? Winstead, coming up to Delano, Montrose, Rockford. So we're just on the far western edges of the suburbs at this point. Very, very ominous situation the way it's looking right now. Definitely will have to keep an eye on that one over the next few minutes. Looks like Ferrata really took a hit. That I believe that was around that Alexandria area. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Ferrata. Yeah, and it did look ominous there for a while. Ostigo. Thanks for clarifying. Just trying to poke around to see if I can find any type of videos out there, but boy, that's an interesting area by Lester Prairie at this point, coming up to Watertown and Meyer. You've got this bulging rear flank warm downdraft poking in. Meanwhile, it looks like we've got some easterlies that are creating a bit of a notch in through there. Oh boy, yeah. I think we've got a chance, or a decent chance, of maybe a tornado on the ground here, right around that Lester Prairie area, coming up to Watertown and Winstead. That's a strong couplet. That's a pretty decent couplet there. So you've got this area bulging outward, and meanwhile you've got this easterly inflow winds. So you've got the rotation showing up right in through there. Maybe a little reduction there in the correlation coefficient area, but definitely something we need to be watching here, as that's now bowed out, and then this area kind of started surging to the north, creating this area rotation near Lester Prairie, north of New Germany. Just let's see here. Real quick, this is courtesy of Care 11. This is Ferrata, south of Alexandria. And you can see, you know, look at those. Wow, that's so one area. And that's what happens. We've been watching all day, and several tornado warnings, and unfortunately, Ferrata was the one that got hit. That is, at least for now. Now we're watching this area north of Lester Prairie, east of Winstead. A very dangerous situation the way it looks right now, as right here is our area of rotation that we're focused in on. This area is moving northeast at 75 miles per hour, so make sure you take cover now. If you're in Montrose, Delano, Watertown, anywhere just north of there, it's going to be coming up on you in a hurry. Keep getting the same scan, I swear. Alright, well. So this area, east of Winstead, north of Lester Prairie. Yeah, and there's some correlation drops in there that need to be watched. So that is just west of the cities, west of the suburbs, kind of west of Chaska, west of Waconia, around Lester Prairie, coming up to Watertown. So that's coming up to Highway 7 and possibly 25, and eventually U.S. Route 12 Southeast, or SE, U.S. Highway 12. Coming up to Montrose, I would be watching out for those of you in Montrose, even maybe Delano. You never know if some of these other areas are going to spin up, but the main area that was a concern here is right south of Montrose at this point. This is in south central Wright and northwestern Carver counties, located near Winstead to 14 miles southwest of Buffalo. Moving north at 70, tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. This is a radar indicated rotation that will remain over mainly rural areas of south central Wright and northwestern Carver County. But still, if you're within that area, make sure you are moving to a basement or into your room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid the windows, and if you are outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to a close, substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Hey Ben, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Tell your friends that a recovering meteorologist is doing just fine and dandy on the old boob tube, YouTube. Here is by Lester Prairie, kind of a ragged wall cloud that they were watching. So this is Soda Storm Chasers. So go ahead and give them a like and a retweet and a follow and all that fun stuff. So Montrose and Waverly, Buffalo, we're watching you right now, coming up to Monticello. We're watching this storm now, move to the north at 70 miles per hour. A tornado and ping pong ball-sized hail is possible, radar indicated rotation. This will be around Delano at 6:35, Buffalo at 6:40, Monticello and Albertville at 6:50. Oh no, not the outlet mall. Anything but the outlet mall. So we're watching this storm right now. That, wow, look at this. Look at that donut. That is cool, actually. It's moving too quick. Look at that thing. Look how it just wraps its way back around. And yeah, that's roughly, you know, roughly where you're going to be looking for the tornado, just south of Montrose. So, man, these things are moving quick. Coming up to Monticello in about 15 minutes. And that's how quick they're moving. Obviously, if it were to continue on, I mean, it would come into Princeton and Zimmerman would be the areas that we'd be concerned with. So Buffalo and Monticello within the next 15 minutes, these storms are going to be upon you. So take cover now. take a look back for the north. Everything's just a severe thunderstorm warned at this point still. So Big Falls, Big Fork, and Hibbing, all under the threat of some strong damaging winds coming your direction at this point. So if you're east of or west of Bemidji, you're fine, but basically from Kelleher down to Deer River, down to Cross Lake and Brainerd, Little Falls, anybody east of there, you're still under the impact. You're still going to be possibly getting some severe storms and maybe the threat of a tornado, as a new tornado warning was just issued here. The other thing to note is that the tornado watch was also tacked on to include these areas in the far northern parts of Minnesota. Although nothing else is showing up there. That seems like a susceptible one. There it is. Let's see here. So, Chaska, Carver, I should say. At this point, I'd say, when we're talking about Carver anyway, where did it go? Yeah, at this point, we're just talking for Carver. 70 mile per hour winds. They're moving east to northeast at about 75 or 70 miles per hour, and quarter size hail, so about an inch in diameter of hail, coming your direction in Carver. Just south of Chaska. Looks like you've got a little bit of a gust front out ahead of the main line. And so you probably see a bit of a wind shift here shortly coming through Carver. Sometimes a good thing when these gust fronts begin to outrun the main line, the storms themselves decrease in intensity. So hopefully they'll lose a little bit of its punch, but I think it looks like you're probably seeing the shelf cloud move into your area in Carver here shortly. So 70 mile per hour winds and quarter size hail is what we're looking at right now. So that'll do a little bit of damage. Obviously, I mean, you have to watch for trees and limbs, but for you in Carver, yeah, as long as you're inside of a building, a good, nice house, a good house, you'll be fine. Just stay inside and be in the lowest part of your building, and you'll be just fine there. Hopefully all you have to pick up in the end is some sticks. We continue to watch this area now. Let's see, just east of Buffalo. Moving to the northeast, coming up to Monticello eventually. St. Michael and Albertville. Oh no, not Albertville. And coming up to I-29 here. So these are, again, continuing to move northeast pretty rapidly at about 70 miles per hour. So tornado and golf ball size hail, all possible with this storm. Coming up to I-94, Monticello, Albertville, and also Big Lake, Elk River also in the path of this particular storm. Grand Marais, you're probably looking at some storms right around 11 o'clock. I think by that time, you know, they'll probably be below severe limits. So, but you're definitely going to be looking at some storms rolling through. So this is 11 and midnight. So here, 10, 11, midnight. So moving through pretty quickly. Take a look at the sounding. Yeah, probably some wind gusts associated with that. I would guess 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds, and quarter-sized hail associated with these storms as they move east in through Grand Marais. But overall, not thinking at that point, you know, we're going to be worrying about the probably not so much the tornado aspect of it as it reaches you in the far northeast there. Yep, it's probably just to your west there, Ben. By the way it's looking, thankfully, now this last little scan here looks a lot better. Rotation doesn't look quite as tight there, so that's good. However, this big severe thunderstorm warning is very likely just essentially going to take its place. So these storms move into the northeast at 65 miles per hour, the golf ball size hail, and 70 mile per hour winds. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roof sidings, windows, and vehicles. Considerable tree damage and also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. This will be near Maple Grove, Big Lake, and Albertville around 6:45. Brooklyn Park, Elk River, Otsego. I said it right now, Ben. Rogers and Zimmerman around 6:50. Coon Rapids, Ramsey, Champlin, Anoka, and St. Francis around 6:55. And over in Princeton around 7. I had a better place to put this so you're not always looking at my bald head. How's this? Is this any better? No, because then you see all the garbage off to the side. I don't know where to put this. I feel like everybody's looking at my bald head. Of course it froze. Don't move it around because then it'll freeze. Oh, there you go. Sorry. That camera's shaking a little bit there in Monticello. And my camera's dying. Hopefully I don't lose this. Sorry about that. I had every once in a while I get a hiccup with these things. And now I can see my video is really lagging. So hopefully I am able to maintain here a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I hope you can hear me now. Wow, I don't know what is going on. Yeah, that's better. Just had to give it a little bit of a boost. All right. Cheers. There's that camera back by Monticello again. A little better. My camera not shaking quite as bad. So obviously things improved there as those storms now moved across the interstate and to the north. Crossing Highway 10, US 10 most likely. And we're also watching this area west of Duluth. Some indication, some rotation in there. Looks like your best shot is just south of Hill City. It's kind of the main area that would need to be watching, at least at this point. Looks like we've had several just kind of different variations of rotation within that storm as it continues to move to the northeast. This is southeastern Itasca County, northwestern Aitkin County. These storms are moving to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. This is radar indicated rotation. And will be Swan River and Warba around 6:55 here shortly. So make sure you take cover now with respect to this storm. Oh, wow. Hey, Ben, can you send that? Do you have Twitter, Ben? Tag me Region WX. Just pea-sized hail near Otsego. But looked like those rain, looked like that, looked like you had those showers, rain curtains whipping across pretty good there. So continue to watch this area south of Hill City. And then looks like that tornado warning now pretty much let go, no longer valid. That was running through Monticello. But we just got this big severe thunderstorm warning out as these storms continue to push to the north and east. So the only tornado warning at this point is this one near Hill City. We also have these these storms that have fired up on the back side of this, behind this main line now, and 60-mile-per-hour winds, hail less than an inch is what we're looking at as these storms fire up along an area now that still obviously have some instability left in it. I guess also note that tornado watch was pushed a little bit further east to include Minneapolis and butt up against Wisconsin now. However, there are no warnings with that. Everything's to the north of the cities. Everything to the south in through Mankato down to Owatonna and Fairmont. Right now, there's no severe warned storms with those. Actually, everything's outside the watch area. Further back to the west as these move to the northeast at about 65 miles per hour. So we've got the one west of Duluth right now near Hill City. And then just several severe thunderstorm warnings basically from Minneapolis up to almost International Falls at this point. And plenty of rain back behind this. Well, it looks like, we were concerned about some flooding threat, to probably still are across portions of the Red River Valley still. We'll take a read what the Storms Prediction Center says regarding these storms back to the southwest. Isolated severe wind gusts possible. Weak convection is developed within the dry slot immediately ahead of a strong shortwave trough. Activity has evolved along a northern fringe of a steep low-level lapse rate that extended across Nebraska into extreme southwest Minnesota. Winds have gusted in excess of 50 knots. Most recently, a 53 knot right around Sioux Falls. Very strong height falls forcing blah, 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 blah. They'll spread across southwestern Minnesota. Earlier convection has overturned the air mass considerably across central Minnesota, and weaker lapse rate should lessen these downdrafts. So extra weather watch is not anticipated at this point. And that tornado warning now by Hill City has been allowed to expire, so we're just left with all severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. The big tornado watch continues until 10 p.m. Central Time. And then continue to have some wind gusts back behind the main line. 69 mile per hour, 68, 65. So 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts associated with these storms. As they move to the northeast. And probably, like the Storms Prediction Center said, racing into an area that is now well overturned by these storms. So I wouldn't expect these to last too much longer. 62 mile per hour wind gust near Morrison, Minnesota. 67 by Glencoe. Oops. Here we had Will Rourke on earlier. This is around Brookings. About the time he was saw a funnel, so we'll see probably within this area here, the way it's looking. Back and through here. Yeah, it looks like something developed within that funnel here. Moving quickly within that. A lot of motion of those clouds all day. So this is about 4 hours ago, right around that Brookings area. And those, just like throughout the whole day, it's storms are booking. These storms are moving fast. .58 mile per hour near Sherburne in Sherburne County in Elk River. So these storms coming up now to Cambridge and Pine City and Center City, running through Anoka and Ramsey. And then further north, this area looking a little interesting right now. Maybe some areas of rotation just north of Deer River, north of Warba, north of Coleraine. So coming up to Hibbing. Then even back in this area here, south of Marcel. That area is blasting to the northeast. So at the very least, we're looking at some strong winds coming up into Hibbing on Highway 2, Virginia. Cook or Elfie, Big Fork, all you guys up in the far north areas. North of Duluth, this storm now is pushing eastward very, very rapidly, so looking a little more suspect for the potential of damaging winds. You may also have a brief little spin up here that needs to be watched over the next half hour or so. But Hibbing, Chisholm, running through that U.S. Highway 2 area. Deer River, Warba, north of Duluth, actually north of the Highway 2. Coming up to, what is that, 169, I guess? So it's crossed Highway 2, rolling up 169 in through Hibbing and Virginia, as this area now really is making a northeasterly quick push. They've got some strong storms in through here. Maybe some areas of rotation. So just something that needs to be watched here over the next few minutes up in the northern parts of Minnesota. And then, of course, further south here, we've got the storms just rolling through the north end of the suburbs. Coming up to I-35, up to Cambridge, Isanti, East Bethel, Forest Lake, and North Branch. Eventually Rust City, Rock Creek, and Pine City as well. These areas right now south of the cities, nothing severe. Might get a little breezy gust out of it, or possibly some small hail. Wouldn't be completely out of the question, but as of right now, they are not severe warned. So we continue to watch this area. Northeast of Grand Rapids, coming up to Hibbing and Chisholm. So Hibbing, Chisholm, Virginia, all under Eveleth. We're watching you for the possibility of some stronger storms running through your area at this point. Also, this severe thunderstorm warning now kind of running into International Falls eventually. But I'd say this area right in through here is kind of the main area that we're currently watching into northern parts of Minnesota. I got your back, northern Minnesota. If anybody's watching from up there. Oh, here's more pictures coming out from Ferrata. Hall and Peak Productions. Wow. Look at all the tree damage there. Holy cats. Holy cow. One area all day. And you just never know. You know, you do as much as you can and you stay safe. And sometimes, most of the time, you know, when it comes to this stuff, you're the lucky one, and just, unfortunately, Ferrata was not you today. That's crazy. That's unfortunate, obviously. Hibbing, it's not far from you now. So if you know anybody in Hibbing, give them a call, let them know. Say, hey, we've got some storms running through you in Chisholm. Running up 169 as we're watching that band of storms move through right now. We have these storms also. I mean, nothing severe warned at this point. But they are running through Minneapolis now, just getting into the western suburbs at this point. So causing some issues here. If anybody's coming back from the lake, running through the cities, we've got some strong downpours running through the Twin Cities at this time. Yeah. I mean, there was damage reports out there. That's for certain. Christopher. But yeah, it could have been way worse. Obviously, that's for certain. We didn't have any of those long track tornadoes that we were fearing, or violent tornadoes. That just goes to show around here. Up in the northern plains, it's just hard. It's just hard, and especially when you had all that stuff that went through earlier in the day, and it just, you know, up here it just hampers things more times than not. I mean, down in the south, it only just amplifies things, and it seems like around here. It just, you know, it reduces the threat to severe weather. So, yep, could have been worse. I mean, there was definitely a And there's still plenty of areas out there that had damage, and of course that area south of Alexandria was the most unfortunate one. So I'm glad, I guess I'm glad, obviously, it turned out the way it did. Hopefully those people down in that Ferrata area south of Alexandria are okay. This is, let's see, this is around Maple Grove. I'm trying to remember where I clicked on. 494 northbound at Bass Lake Road. So those stronger, those heavier rains now moving into the western metro. Meanwhile, you've got this area moving into Hibbing. And you think I could find a good camera up there that would show something? Oh no. This is Hibbing looking south. So probably it should be facing west. This one's facing south. We'll see if how this one changes through time. It's looking northwest, so not the right. It's looking at a road. It's not looking at anything. Can't really see anything in that, obviously. Again, not looking the right direction, but at any rate. Can't find any good cameras that are picking up on that storm coming into Hibbing and Chisholm at this point. It's pretty strong storms, man. Some strong storms rolling through the north. Where that's at. Oh, interesting. Extreme amount of dust being blown across by Albert Lee from the storm's visibilities on I-35. This is by Fajita Freaks. So if you're on I-35 south of the cities running through Albert Lee, well, looks like the dust is getting kicked up there pretty good. Even though they're not severe warned at this time. In fact, there are no storms. It's just, we did have a report earlier of just a non-thunderstorm report or damage occur, I think, in St. Paul a number of hours earlier. So it's possible that we're getting, maybe with this, even just some outflow from the remnants of some of these storms. But I guess as of now, pretty much the area to watch is Hibbing and Chisholm and areas to the north, coming up to Cook and Angora and Britt in Virginia, associated with this line of storms that's quickly moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So we're talking 70 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. And there's just the possibility that you might see a bit of a rotation in there as well. So just something to keep an eye on as these storms quickly race off to the north and east. Then you've also got this area north of the cities coming up to I-35 by Rush City, Pine Creek, North Branch, Hinkley Park. So we've got this area as well that very likely will be pushing out some strong gusty winds and maybe some hail along with that as well. So we're looking at hail sizes over an inch, inch and a half. In fact, we had a report back in Zimmerman of 1 3/4 inches. So still some hail associated with that running through Cambridge and Isanti. And then further north, some inch, inch and a half hail. Previously inch, half inch, 3/4 inch. So right around an inch being dropped down with these storms as they continue to move north of Chisholm at this point. Then otherwise, the heavier rains moving through the metro. Nothing severe, but just some heavy rains moving through. Obviously, some good lightning probably associated with that. Maybe a little bit gustier winds. And you also have this area back further to the west, southwestern parts of Minnesota, continuing to produce some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts as it moves eastward. And then you've got this area now up in Sisseton. But I think that's mostly what we're going to be expecting with these storms is just 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds. Just because all this is obviously all overturned from the storms that have already moved through. So not overly concerned with them, but just be mindful as these move through. We still got a chance for another round of just 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So just keep the trampoline tied down a little longer. So wind damage in Wadena, Minnesota. A few large trees down in a few spots. Battle Lake. This was a while ago. Peak wind was measured at 70 miles per hour. Champlin. The trees down near Independence Avenue and 109th estimated by radar. This was about 13 minutes ago in Champlin. So it sounds like some trees down there. So I guess as the southern edge of this storm system kind of went through, sounds like it knocked over some trees in Champlin, which is on the north side of the metro area. So new severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Itasca and west central St. Louis counties. Moving near Hibbing, 6 miles west of Toivola. Moving northeast at 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. This being near Chisholm Bowl, Virginia, Eveleth, Mountain, Iron, Meadowbrook, Gilbert, and Cook. Radar indicated 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with this storm. As it runs just north of 169, the way it looks, heading towards Cook and Orr in Virginia. And then the only other warning right now with these first line of storms is now coming up to Pine City and just coming up to that I-29 corridor, or I-35, I should say. It looks like the stuff in the southern end is probably the strongest. So Rush City and Harris in North Branch. Actually, it's kind of moving northeast. Pine City, Brook Park, Buron. Here's kind of that main line that I'm watching, I guess. So probably some strong winds and some hail associated with that, especially with this area moving through Cambridge and Isanti, moving northeast through Rush City and Harris. So not only are you got the strong winds, but you're looking like some hail in there as well. Like Anoka, let's see, that's that one by Champlin, up by Elk River. Trees down, one south-southeast of Elk River. 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Elk River. Big Lake in Sherburne County, 18-inch diameter trees down. In Becker County, or Sherburne County in Becker, 63-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So these were about 30 minutes ago. A lot of these reports came in. So it looks like as this storm rolled through Elk River and Anoka and Zimmerman, caused some tree damage as they went through, and also dropped 1 3/4 inch hail. Looks like numerous trees down west of the cities as that continued to move to the northeast. That was that area, possibly with that tornado warned area that kind of went in between Albertville and Monticello. So it just continued to ride to the northeast. Had plenty of wind in with it. So watch out for Rock Creek, Pine City, Rush City, Harris. This area's had a history of dropping some large hail and some strong winds. These storms are really starting to decrease now in the southwestern part of Minnesota. And then you've got this area just around Sisseton here. Moving northeast at 45, so you've got some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts still left with this, coming up to Wheaton and Elbow Lake one more time. Hopefully it stays out of that Alexandria and Glenwood area. That would be nice. Let them clean up a little bit. And then they've tacked on a severe thunderstorm watch into the Iron Range and up into the Arrowhead region of the Minnesota, and then western Wisconsin, and then down in the far southeast as well. Maybe some of these storms down in the south could move its way in yet to southeastern parts of Minnesota. We've got special weather statements for some of these storms that are in between the severe thunderstorm warned cells here. This one up to the north, coming up to International Falls. So coming to International Falls at 7:55, Rainier at 7:57, and Island View at 8:01. Little fork with this one, international. Whoa, we got a big crack of thunder here in the old Grand Forks. We're getting some of that rain, some of those storms just circulating back around. Hopefully some of the stuff down south runs through us. That'd be good. How about that? There you can see Brown, Morrow, Rock Creek, Pine City, Hinkley, Sandstone, Ascov, Willow River, Moose Lake, and Barnum. All in the path of this storm down the south. Thank you everybody for watching. Probably take a bit of a break here after a bit. I think things are kind of the point to where it's, unless somebody's got a specific question, we're definitely at the point to where, you know, things aren't just not going to be, you know, super bad anymore. You know, the only areas worth watching at this point is just north of the cities, coming up to Rock Creek, Rush Creek, and Harris with this line here. There you go, for this line right in through here, crossing I-35, and then also with this area further to the north, coming up to Angora and Cook and Gein, eventually to Orr as well. So I have a little bit of rotation, nothing big, just some broad areas. Oh, and there's a tornado warning area. Well, there's this area, I guess, that they're focusing in on. Coming up to Gein and Orr and Cook and Gussum. Until 8 a.m. Or p.m. 7:32, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Togo, or 26 miles north of Hibbing, moving northeast at 55. This will be around Meadowbrook at 7:40 and Gein at 7:50. Other locations include Orr, Gussum, and Pelican Lake. So moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, so make sure you take cover now and move to a basement or interior room in the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid the windows, and if you're outdoors or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So a little bit of rotation in through this that they're issuing a severe thunder or a tornado warning for at this point. So we need to be watching that. At this point in the night. Ideal or something. So we're watching this area just south of, what is that, Togo? Moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. That was the new latest tornado warning, and heading towards Gein and Orr and Gussum. So coming across US Highway 53, this is north of Duluth now. south of Togo, northwest of Duluth, north of Hibbing and Chisholm, coming up to Orr and Gein. This area down coming into southeastern North Dakota, northwest or west central Minnesota again. Graceville, Wheaton, DeMont, Hakinson, Fairmont, Campbell, Breckenridge, Wahpeton, Wendell, and Foxholm. So radar indicated wind gusts is 60 miles per hour, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Now moving into portions of North Dakota and west central Minnesota. A lot of late coming damage reports. A lot of wind damage, trees down. Cambridge, Grand Falls, St. James, Boyd, St. Francis, $half size hail. Here's well, here's a tractor trailer that tipped over to Fergus Falls after the storms moved through. Camper tipped over the way it looks there. Here, as this was rolling through Isanti, said it rolled in as fast as it rolled out. Pretty harrowing scene there, the way it looked earlier in Isanti. So we have this area southwest of Gein right now. Looks like it lost some of its rotation. Still a little bit broad, nothing real great, but coming up to Gein and Orr and Cussin. Some broader areas further south by Hibbing. And south of Hibbing. So we'll continue to watch this as it moves to the northeast. So if you're in Gein or Orr or Cussin, you're moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And this is remains in effect until 8 p.m., so for about another 12 minutes or so as these storms continue to move to the north and east. So we got to be watching out for them. Make sure you're in your safe spot up there in the northern parts of Minnesota. Still have some tornado warnings going out, or at least a tornado warning. Appreciate everybody sticking around here today with me. Appreciate you watching. I'll be on as much as I can throughout the summer and into the winter time watching these storms develop. So if you ever have any questions, please feel free to ask. I would love to answer any questions you might have, even if it's beyond today. If you've got anything going on tomorrow, well, let me know. Put it down in the chat in this live video feed that you got there. Tell me where you're watching from, if you haven't already, or if I don't know you, if you haven't been on here before. Let me know. Let me know where you're watching from. But right now we've got this area that continue to watch for a few more minutes, coming up to Gein and Orr. Looks like it's lost most of its rotation, so I don't think it's too much of a tornadic threat anymore. However, I do think obviously this is necessary. They reissued a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15 as these storms move east at 65 miles per hour. So 60-65 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail still possible with these storms as they pushed off to the northeast. Anybody have any cool, interesting pictures that you took or any video? Let me know. Hit Region WX on the old Twitter machine. And again, appreciate you sticking with me. Hit subscribe, hit the thumbs up button. That helps me out as well. Right now I'm just kind of poking around at different things. As for the most part, we're just left with a few severe thunderstorm warnings scattered throughout our region. We've got that area coming into southeastern parts of North Dakota with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. That area down to the southwest, same thing. And then this area moving in between Minneapolis and Duluth, and an area north of Duluth. Those two areas are probably your more stronger ones, where you're probably picking up the possibility of some larger hail and some stronger winds associated with that. One north of Duluth, and then this one just north of the cities. As it's running across I-35 at this point, and you can see it's had a bit of a history of some tree damage as it's moved to the northeast. So Pine City, Rock City, coming up to Hinckley, and then eventually just moving its way east of I-35. We've got this tornado warning here for just a few more minutes. As it continues to move into the northeast around 60 miles per hour, but I think the main threat at this point, there might be a little bit of rotation here just south, just around Gein. But I think overall we're looking at probably mainly just a strong damaging wind event running through Cook and Orr, and then eventually north of Tower and Ely. This is crazy. Look at that. Look at that upper level low rotating around. Wow. And just pushing these storms north and east quickly. I mean, this thing, remind you, this was coming out of here this morning, and look how far it's gone today. It's crazy how fast this is moving. But I guess they're concerned somewhat with these storms that are firing up, because this low is basically just circulating around this low pressure system. Of course, while the low is moving fairly fast, it's not moving super fast. So they're concerned, I guess, a little bit of some flash flooding in association with these storms that are now moving into southeastern parts of North Dakota. And we're overlaying the lightning on top of that. But wow, man, look at that. You got all this dry air working all the way in and circulating back around. You've got strong southeasterly or southwesterly winds just jamming at those storms, pushing them eastward. We've got strong southeasterly winds pushing into the area as well. Big dynamic spring storm. Very cool. Very neat, very cool. So here you've got the outline, heavy rainfall that they're concerned with coming through the valley in association with those storms that are going to be moving northward now. Significant damage at 10 Mile Lake. Wow, look at those big trees tipped over. This is by Eric Whitehill. Huh. That's interesting. Wow. Okay. Look at the fog that rolled into Duluth. Look at the waves out ahead of this. But I guess this is the lighthouse cam. This is the lighthouse cam at the edge of the pier in Duluth. I believe is where that's at. Duluth Harbor cam. Here's a different view. So the storm's not quite there yet. But I would imagine there's probably some easterly winds being fed into these storms right now. So probably getting some fog rolling through off the shore. And that's why they're seeing this. Still could be a little bit of light rotation here in Gein or south of Orr. That's valid for about 5 more minutes with this tornado warned area. Otherwise, we got to go down to Hinckley and Sandstone. Maybe a little bit of rotation actually in through that as it crosses 35W. Some strong winds and some hail likely with this storm. Looks like around Hinckley or so, probably just north of Hinckley at this point, but we've got inch and a half hail possible moving through and across I-35, so if you're moving through there or you know somebody who is, watch out for the hail and probably very low visibilities with that, obviously. It's had a history of dropping inch to inch and a half of hail. And we do have this one down in the cities. We've now warned this one coming up to Prior Lake. So Prior Lake and Savage and Burnsville, this one's cutting right through the heart of everybody. So the Twin Cities now looking at some severe storms rolling through. Moving to the northeast at 75 miles per hour, so 60 to 70 miles per hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. Expect damaged roofs, sidings, and trees. Be near, obviously, through Shakopee, Savage, Prior Lake, Eden Prairie, Burnsville, Apple Valley, Bloomington, Edina, St. Louis Park, Richfield, Hopkins, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Roseville, Golden Valley, West St. Paul, Maplewood, Fridley, Shoreview, White Bear Lake, New Brighton, and Blaine. So hail, maybe an inch or less, and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So just right on that borderline as far as the severe weather goes, but running from southwest to northeast across the metro right now. This is kind of in that Shakopee area. Shakopee 169. Not sure what little nursery or whatever is off there. Video. This one doesn't move, it's just a picture, but this is in Prior Lake, and looks like some ponding now going on there with the storms that are rolling through at this point. So I'd imagine, some pretty good downpours occurring with these storms as they move to the northeast, running into Savage and Burnsville, and running from the southwest metro to the northeast. So we're talking 60 mile per hour winds and hail inch or less. The main threat at this point looks like it's going to be the winds. Then you've got this area north of the cities, Hinckley and Sandstone and Askov, coming up to Rutledge, Willow River, and Bruno. Then north of Duluth, they reissued that tornado warning, so that continues on. Until 8:30, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Orr, 20 miles northwest of Lake Vermilion, moving northeast at 50. Tornado and quarter-size hail, flying debris will be dangerous to those outside on roofs and mobile homes. Locations include Crane Lake. Take cover now, move to a basement and interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building and avoid the windows. So a little bit of rotation still remaining in there, so it was enough that I guess they're going to continue on that tornado warning until it basically reaches the Canadian border. So coming up on Boyk and Crane Lake. A little bit of rotation left in with these storms here through the late part of the night or the evening, afternoon, whatever part it is. We continue to watch these storms move to the northeast. Here's a good splash left by someone in Prior Lake. Zipping through the intersection. So we're watching some stronger wind gusts moving through the Southwest Metro. Come up to Savage and Burnsville. At this point, all right, this is courtesy of Reed Timmer on Twitter. Posted this. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting where he said. Plato, Minnesota. Looks like he managed to find some damage up there as well. So that is west of Waconia, east of Glencoe, south of Lester Prairie. So we did mention some of those names earlier tonight. So that's from Reed Timmer, professional extreme storm chaser. So I think go ahead and like his, give him a heart and retweet it and all that fun stuff. Continue to watch videos through Ferrata, Minnesota. I mean, that town just got, that little area, kind of a lake town the way it looks, yeah, it got destroyed in some areas. Still a little bit of rotation showing up northeast of Cusson. That area is moving to the north towards Crane Lake. At 50 miles per hour, racing towards the Canadian border at this point. Then you also still have this severe thunderstorm warning out until 8:15 out north of Duluth. You've got this area south of Duluth running through Rutledge and Bruno. Maybe a little bit of rotation on the backside of this main line coming through Askov. So maybe, we're going to have to be watching out for some winds in through here as it continues to move to the northeast at about 70 miles per hour. Be mindful of any possible wind damage that might occur, as well as inch in diameter hail, so quarter size hail. And then obviously we still have these storms running through the Twin Cities at this point. So coming up on Bloomington, about to enter the loop area, the 494. And then actually another stronger cell kind of in that St. Louis Park, Minneapolis area. A pretty good cell in through there as well. Maybe a little bit of hail, just under an inch in there. But certainly probably some 60 mile per hour winds occasionally in through some of these areas as they continue to push through and move to the north and east. Oops. We've got this area in southeastern North Dakota moving northward at 40 miles per hour. Hail just under an inch and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. I'll be reaching Abercrombie at 8:22, Colfax 25, Wolverton 8:33, Christine at 8:35, and Comstock at 8:43. Running right up I-29 between Wahpeton and Fargo, so some strong gusty winds, so be careful if you're driving through there. If you have a high-profile vehicle or maybe pulling a camper, wouldn't be a good thing right now running through there. And then continue to watch this area north of Cussum, heading to the northeast at about 55, heading towards Crane Lake and into the Canadian border. And then, of course, the areas down in the cities. Running right through the metro right now, heading through Bloomington and Richfield, and you also have a stronger area just around that Minneapolis area, where we might be seeing hail around an inch or so. Here's a look at Bloomington on 494 and Penn Avenue. Obviously traffic slowed down now because of that. This is 35W and 50th. Here's the 62 and 35 exchange. That ugly exchange ramp area, that's always confusing to people. I'm trying to tell if that's There's some strong winds. You can see the sheets of rain zipping past across the interstate here, across the highway. Coming down pretty good. Right now, this is just to the northwest, a little more west, I guess, of the airport. Slow down, man. Slow down, man. You're a hydroplane. And continue to watch this area. Far northeastern parts of Minnesota, heading towards Crane Lake. One last tornado warning, one last ditch at one. A little bit of rotation still showing up and through there. Heading towards Crane Lake. And that'll be moving out shortly as these storms continue to quickly move to the northeast at 50 miles per hour, so not much longer. And these storms will be moving out. Then we'll be left with some of these storms further to the south of the tornado warned area, moving eastward. Let's see, at about 65 miles per hour. Heading towards Tower and Babbitt and Ely. Up into the Iron Range. Probably some strong gusty winds running through Shoreview and St. Paul. Oh, there's a bit of an interesting view on Minnesota 36 and 61. So those storms haven't quite reached to that part of the metro. So we'll just have the north, central and northeastern part of the metro left for these storms to run through, where we've got 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible. Looks like a large boulevard tree on the house. This was 7:50 p.m. to southwest of Minneapolis in Hennepin County. It's a large tree down on the house as these storms here move through. So this is coming through North Oaks and Vandenne Heights, North St. Paul, Maple Grove. So here's that line right now that's moving through, moving to the northeast. And looks like it's caused a little bit of damage here as it's moved through. Alright, y'all. I've been sitting here for quite a while. We've just got this one tornado warning just about to exit into Canada. This area running through the remaining part of the Twin Cities area. And then heading towards Matamidi, Delwood, Grant, Stillwater, Lino Lakes, Hugo, Scandia. Looks like there's been some damage associated with those storms as it's moved to the northeast. Wow, and that's a huge... Those are some huge warnings. That's just here. Yep, bam, covered. Okay, I'm going to bug out for a bit, and we'll just kind of monitor off and on here throughout the remainder of the night. Thank you all for watching. Give me the thumbs up, share and like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Appreciate it. But I think for the most part, the worst of it is over. And we'll just kind of continue to monitor through the remainder of the night.